We're here, sir.
Did you tell him he could touch the cops?
No, I didn't.
I came to warn thee, all of thee. I don't want anybody interfering with my robbing or giving, understand?
Every time you press the letter S, it releases a small amount of air freshener from this nozzle here. Try it, press S.
So you really believe in Reuter's ideals then?
I hope it goes, as I say, from strength to strength. Muzzle top. Well
Thank
done.
you very much indeed.
Where's my Emmy? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I won the belching contest at work.
Hello, everybody. It is very late. Even by my bin bottom standards, this is a very late start to a stream. But I don't know. I was kind of like
Park Refinery has been producing industrial strength calcium for over 20 years.
love a bit of industrial strength calcium. Hey, Mad Moose. Hey, Amfoolery. Hey, Mac. Hello. Anyway, hello, Crushing Ceiling. Sorry, how did I forget? Yeah, initially I was just kind of going, oh, this is going to be interesting. I'm just going to be tidying up. But then I remembered, oh, wait a second. We could just be talking. We could maybe just talk a little bit about like what we're going to be doing next after this project. So let me move that over here. Let's go over to here, streaming desktop. There we go. Hey. How is it going? Alright. Where to begin? So, for the past 6 months, we've been working on getting Fool's Errand working. We've succeeded. It is all ported. We're pretty much down to just a bit of, don't know, tidying. Tidying is how I describe it. Like one of the things is that we've made this simulacrum of the Macintosh API, and you know, the nice thing to do would be to move it into a top-level thing where every other project can use it. So that's kind of on the cards. But in terms of the follow-up, I thought a bit about it, and I think that there is one project which has kind of been bumping along in the background. I've just not had enough time to put any dedication to it now, and I think now we're going to yeah. You know what, let's just talk about this now. We'll get to Fool's Errand in a little bit, but so this project has kind of intrigued me for a long time. It's called freesewing.eu. Essentially, it is kind of it's a sewing pattern website. It is an open source kind of collection of patterns, and more importantly, it's got this kind of fancy parametric solver. So the idea is that you kind of define, I don't know if it's, what do we call it? It's kind of like parametric computer-aided design. So the idea is that you kind of pick one of these, the website is kind of set up so that you can pick one of these designs, you then give it your measurements. Actually, no, face mask's a terrible thing. Let's try the jacket. So, but yeah, the idea is that you just give it a complete set of your entire measurements, and then through the magic of parametric kind of like easing and editing and shortening and everything, it will allow you to create a custom thing. Yeah, not a whale shark employee. I think it's a bootleg Bloha, the IKEA shark. Here we go. Hide the shark. Actually, let's see if we can do this. So if we go into here, all right. So this doesn't require any custom measurements, but it is designed parametrically. So I believe they obtained this pattern, or rather, they created this pattern by sacrificing a real Bloha and I guess scanning it in and then kind of tracing it. But then if you open up like the options screen here, where's the options? I think it's here, style. You've got a few changes. So you can go like aggressive, we'll have pointy teeth, yes. And now all of a sudden the tooth pattern is pointy. Hungry changes the belly shape to convey if the shark is just eaten. So we want to make it extremely well satiated, and a little bit difficult to kind of see behind the background, but you can see that the shape is changing the size of the pattern pieces to kind of make that happen. Pointy in the nose, one extremely pointy nose, and size. Okay, and yeah, the other thing is that obviously, yeah, so this is kind of like very kind of basic, you know, the most basic operation in a parametric design is just being able to scale up and down linearly. And obviously with the shark, it doesn't matter. You can basically just say, all right, if I want a shark that is twice as big, I'll just scale up each piece by twice as much. The human body is not like that. The human body does not scale linearly, which is why there are just... I'm not sure if I can go to like the screen which has all the measurements on it, but there are so freaking many measurements. Is it like at least 30 for every extremity? And yeah, the reason why is that, like, you know, if someone is a bit heavier, they don't just kind of uniformly kind of increase in size along every axis. So yeah, you know, you got to kind of like take all that into account. Otherwise, it is not going to fit properly at all. So how far did I get out with this? So for the test project that I was going to do for this, I was trying to digitize a shirt that I had. I have this shirt here. I really like the design. And so I went ahead and scanned in or rather, no, sorry, I went ahead and traced every kind of panel piece of the shirt onto crappy poplin. Which is now later on, I've been linked to a very cool tutorial which says actually you get a better, I don't know, there is this magical material called Glad Press and Seal, which is kind of meant to be like Glad Wrap except somehow worse for the environment. But the good news is that because it has this kind of very, very fine glue, you can use it as kind of this magic contact which does not stick to the clothes too much but is good enough that you can get a nice, I don't know, like, because the problem is that when you're tracing panel pieces without disassembling the garment, they tend to, I mean, by the nature of being sewed together, they bunch up in places, which then means that if you are trying to transfer that onto a different piece, I kind of got close by my old method was just to use kind of like scrap fabric, pin it to the other, pin it to the fabric panel, and then use that to kind of trace the outline. But obviously that has issues, like sometimes I might miss the seam, or sometimes, like, sleeves are a good example of that. Like, the sleeve is very difficult to trace because you have to kind of rotate the entire way around without kind of adding, and in that case, like, the press and seal is like a much nicer solution because then it just sticks directly onto the fabric. You do not have to worry about you don't have to worry about it like flapping around or like losing tension around the edges. Or I don't know, initially I was thinking, oh, you could just, flatten out the sleeve and then measure the pieces that way. It's not quite that simple because the sleeve is in fact asymmetrical. It like has slightly like the top of the arm socket is slightly different on the front versus the back because apparently the shape of the arm is different there. So it does actually pay to measure both sides. It's very difficult to do that if you're just measuring it flat, but apparently it's not too bad if you're doing it the press and seal way. So I've not tried the press and seal way. I do have 2 rolls of press and seal now, so I will probably go back and redo the sleeve, but the other body panels are probably fine. Anyway, I have not been paying attention to the chat at all. Chocolate talk. We've just been doing chocolate talk. Okay. Anyway, so that's kind of what I'm probably going to be looking on to doing later. I've got like these scanned pattern pieces in another folder. I think the plan is that I'm going to convert them to SVG first. I've written a Python script which turns the SVG into the description language that freesewing.eu uses. Just as kind of like because the idea is that like it's easy to kind of trace over them in Inkscape, but obviously like in order to add in measurements or like the parameters, you need to be able to, you have to convert it into this other description format that's kind of JavaScript based that this thing uses. But I don't know, what I'm kind of banking on though is that if we do it this way, I mean, like, I've done like a few projects which have been kind of like Franken patterned from other clothes that I own, and that worked, but I just lost my mind at the number of times you had to like measure and remeasure, and it was never enough. I always, no matter how many times I like measured and checked and remeasured, especially just to make sure that like, just things like the seams between panels match. So like the seam, like the length of the top of the arm socket matches the arm side of the bodice and stuff like that. Like, it's very difficult to keep all of those things in check. If you're doing it, I guess, doing it like the paper pattern way. So I don't know. I would like to do it at least once so that I can kind of say equivocally, actually this saves me a bunch of time, or no, I'm trying to skip too many steps here. I should do like a pattern, like a paper version, sort it out that way and then digitize it. So it's a little bit kind of too early for figuring that out. So anyway, that's probably what we're going to be looking at in a bit. But in the interim, actually, hang on. I've made the mistake now of like opening the stream mid-surgery, and unfortunately I haven't got a built copy. Let me just check that all of the files are... Wait, what's that doing there? Oh. Because this is just like me trying to move all the Macintosh Toolbox stuff out. Yeah, okay, we can remove that one. Let's go commit WIP. Check out head. All right. So honestly, yeah, the game is done. It's completable. It's working now properly for every variant of the game that we have. Pretty much the only thing that technically we should have but we don't have is there's one drawing command for the arc, which is to say like drawing like just a segment of a circle, and it's used for like one bit in the outro, and I'm like, I can't be bothered with that's good enough. People can live without that one piece of animation, given that the rest of the game is fine. Let's see if I can show it off. Oh, and this also includes having the prologue and finale accessible from the main menu. Because like in the original game, it's meant to be a separate exe. That's obviously kind of not great to have in ScumVM. I mean, you can do it, it's just kind of a bit janky. Whereas with here, we now have a menu choice for it. And yes, show finale will ungray as soon as you complete the game, and look at that, it fades out with the original game in the background. I was happy about that. Yeah, what else is there to say? Oh yeah, this was surprisingly a lot of effort, just because the game comes with its own fonts, and the fonts are missing letters, and the introduction and the finale have different fonts with different missing letters compared to the main game. So you need both. Like, if you just try and use one, you're going to miss out on some letters. So we ended up having to like hot patch the font IDs so that, because yeah, fonts are kind of global in ScumVM. You can't have two different contexts with the same IDs. So had to do a little bit of hot patching, but now the prologue has its fonts loaded alongside the ones for the main game, and that works pretty well. Nice. Yeah, and all the puzzles are working. Transitions are working. Like, this puzzle ran way too fast in the original, but we've gone through and like all of those cases now have proper frame counting and stuff. Yeah, it's working. Puzzles are working. Yeah, it's pretty much all working. Hello, Race in the Beam. How's it going? Okay, so I say this is all working. The task that I kind of want to get out of the way now, because it's sort of a blocker for the pull request getting merged, is going to be sorting out the Mac Toolbox stuff. So let me just quit it. Get out of here. Okay, git checkout engine full. Right. So where did we get to? Oh yeah, I did a stupid thing of like, what's it called? Hang on, I can show you. So in here, right? This is the big list of files, which tells make or whatever how to build it. And I accidentally put in .cpp instead of .o. Like .o is the default extension for like object code that's been built. If you put .cpp in there, what happens is that the file gets deleted. And I did this after I'd changed all of the files in this folder to be to have like a bunch of names sorted out, and I was like, oh, why did I do that? Oh yeah, okay. So I thought that I kind of did a fairly okay job at keeping the toolbox code fairly arm's length away from excuse me. Fairly arm's length away from the game. There are a few cases where that is not the case. Like there's this code in here which is anything which calls G-engine. We can't use that. So I'm going to have to, I guess, change the API so that that gets loaded in some other way. Because yeah, this code here is responsible for, I guess, saving and loading from, saving and loading. And in order to do that, you have to, I guess, like get the, I don't know, the way that ScumVM does it is that the game ID is used as a prefix, and then the save dialog will only show save games that are prefixed with, the game name. And that's how it filters out all the other ScumVM stuff that you got going on. But, what are we doing? But like, yeah, so this code here calls get file name from modal, which is all happy clappy, except what I'm probably gonna have to do is split this up into, actually, okay, what I'll probably have to do is I'll have to move this into like a child, like a private method on Toolbox, and then set it, have like another private kind of internal method which will let, like essentially like what we've tried very hard to keep all of these kind of functions very similar to the Macintosh API, if not exactly the same, so that games are kind of easy to port. But there are a few cases where we need an escape hatch, and those escape hatches are down here and they have an underscore next to them. So we have, and currently the only escape hatch we've had to put in so far are these two to inject font information. So I think we'll probably have to add either a constructor argument for Toolbox. Did we take any? No, okay, we don't currently take any arguments. So maybe we just have like a getter or a setter. Actually, no, I'm okay. So G-engine. Where is that used? Oh, it's used in so many places. I don't. Oh wait, okay. No, I take it back. Okay, so it's used a bunch of spots, but most of the time it's being used. It's for this window manager. So I reckon we have to add that to the constructor, because that is we currently create that outside of Toolbox, which is fine because technically ownership is somewhere else, but yeah, I think we're gonna have to sort that out. Okay, so let's do a kind of cheat here. Said I G engine WM dot, and we just want to make it WM. Actually, before I do that, oh, that's right, because we've got a work in progress commit. Okay, good. So, okay, so we're going to use sed to just mangle all the files. And we want to search and replace gengine wm dot with wm thing, because it's going to be a pointer, and every C++ file, please. Great, okay. So that's better. So now if we were to go down here into the guts of it, and then add graphics Mac window manager WM. And then in here we go oh wait, is there a yeah, okay. No, we can't do that. Like this, I think. Yeah, okay, and then in the main game, we will just go ahead and I guess I have to do the same thing, the prologue, question mark. Okay. How much did that break? Some? Little? A lot? Well, it didn't break the main game. Oh, okay, that broke everything. Why did that break everything? Oh, that broke everything because... Oh, the debug levels. Yeah, okay, we gotta fix that. So, debug levels are hard-coded. Game ID, as mentioned before. Debug levels. Oh, screen width and screen height. Yeah, that could be a problem. So does that mean... Interesting. I think what we want is get screen bounds. Yeah, okay, so we just got screen dims. Oh, we've got get width and we've got get height. That might actually be the smarter thing to get. Yep, okay. Alright, now the debug levels. How do we do the debug levels for Mac GUI? Oh, we just got one called debug level Mac GUI. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. Okay, and then in alright, set ISK graphics. Okay. Faster, please. Faster, faster, faster. Interesting. Oh, here we go. What? Oh, I thought I got all of these. Okay, so graphics Mac toolbox. Graphics Mac toolbox. Graphics no space Mac toolbox. Faster, please. Okay. Less good. Oh, I see. Okay. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, so this just takes black and white. Okay, so I think like these functions I deliberately kept outside of the class because they kind of seemed nice and separable.
Please fasten your seatbelts.
Ooh, thank you very much for the follow, Life's Faded. Hope you're doing alright. It's in 32 black, in 32 white. Okay, that's all that sorted out. Those are changed. Okay, and then we have create remapped surface, which is another case of one of the difficult things about using the existing window manager stuff that's in ScumVM is that, I mean, like, yeah, in monochrome Macintosh mode, you have 0, which is white, and 1, which is black, which kind of seems like the opposite of how it should be, but, you know, it's not, once you kind of pick it up, it's fine. Except in Window Manager, we have currently, I think, 1 is black, and white is 4. And the only... and as far as I'm aware, there's no 1-bit native service support, you've just got 8 bits. So that's what this function has to do here. It has to kind of convert it back into the window manager's favorite, the preferred window manager format. Which I believe... Really? That's the only place I use create remap surface. That can't be right. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, it's used in the picked renderer as well. That's okay, fair enough. I thought I used it somewhere else. Oh, okay. I think it's because the result is in stock mono, and then this turns the stock mono into palette remapped stuff. Okay, fair enough. So what exactly do we need? We need okay, so we've got yeah, we need to consult that, so that's fine. Okay. Okay, and then in here, okay, and then now there's game ID. That I think we're gonna have to punch an escape hatch in for. Okay. So do that. Then here in FileMan, instead of using this, we can just pass it in as a okay, and then back in engines, fuel, full game.cpp, yeah. Great. What do we got now? We've got class graphics Mac window manager has no member named. Oh, okay. This is the peril of like find and replace, as opposed to using, I don't know, maybe a tool designed for the job. That's okay. 41. What did I screw up here? Yeah, okay. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's... Oh, alternatively... Oh, here we go. What have we messed up? Okay. Relocation against file browser. Oh no, okay. Undefined reference to file browser dialog. Also undefined reference to zip hash. Toolbox of H284. Okay, so zip hash. Okay, that's just me forgetting to type it properly. I think that should be the right. Oh no, it's not. Okay. Mac graphics. Mac toolbox. Okay, that should fix the zip hash problem. It's probably not going to fix the file browser dialog problem. I see. I guess you can't link to anything in the GUI namespace from inside the graphics namespace. Would that be right? No, that's not true. Look, you can... What am I doing wrong? It could be that, like, maybe you gotta use constants. Okay, warning. Relocation against file browser dialog in read-only section. Undefined reference to file browser dialog. I mean, that API didn't change, did it? Let's just rule out the obvious one. Like, yeah, class file browser. Hmm. What is... Okay. Position independent. Okay. Oh, but we're not using assembly. Okay, applying a text relocation dirties the whole page of memory. Like, I think I kind of understand. It's going to be something to do with you can't reference libgraphics or libgui from libgraphics. Oh yeah, okay. They're meant to be free of that. Okay, well, cool. So I guess we have to pass like a callback or something. I guess that'd be the nice way of doing this. Alright, let's... yeah. I don't particularly know what's going on with the linking, so... cheaper way is just to break out of it and have a callback. I see.
Understand one another. Hey now, little mouse, show Jack took a year off from presenting to concentrate on his music and scored a worldwide hit with this song, which was inspired by a vermin infestation.
A vermin infestation, you say? Okay, so I guess file prefix isn't really what we want. We want to go toolbox. Okay, C++ function pointer. What's the syntax? What's the type? Oh, okay, so that's the type of it. Okay, I think. Okay, so we do this. Can we type def it actually? I prefer if we could type def it. Actually, just don't have to look this up. We can just try. Yeah, okay. Can we type def a function pointer? Oh, I'm doing it the wrong way. So we should be doing it that way. Okay, so we do this, and then here we go, file, modal callback. Cannot initialize L value of type. Oh, returns a common string. Okay, good thing I made a type def then. How about now? Different number of parameters, 4 versus 3. Oh, it's because of prefix. We don't need that anymore. There we go. File browser dialog is not a member of GUI. How interesting. Oh, because I didn't include GUI file browser dialog. Okay, and now we're going to go into here and we ditch this. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm overthinking this. Okay, and then we change this into... Oh. Hey, Talented. Yeah, it's all done. We're just doing a little bit of tidying up so that this Macintosh Toolbox code is properly out of the game engine. It's in the common code, and I think we're just about to crack it. We just need to do a little. So we go file mode callback equals null pointer. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. Okay, well, it built. Let's see if it runs or if it crashes. It's probably just going to crash. No chance it's going to run the first time. Duplicate declaration of engine debug channel Mac GUI. Okay, that sounds like I screwed that up. Did I just give it the same? Whatever, we'll figure it out. It's running. It hasn't crashed. How about the introduction? Does that run? Works pretty good. Very nice. Okay, that is all good. Oh, wait, okay, that's where I didn't... I called him Mac GUI twice. That's not going to help. Hey Pixel Flam, we're not really playing, we're in the process of testing an engine that we've ported. And honestly, everything is looking pretty good, so like hang on, I'll just pull up. Let me pull up the merge request. So I've gone ahead and packaged this up so that it can be added into ScumVM proper. And now I'm just kind of addressing the review feedback in here. And yeah, like one of the big pieces was that this comes with a copy of the Macintosh API that I made, and we're splitting that out. So I think that's gonna, yeah. So that part seems to be good. Gonna work and do some work. I completely understand. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. Alright, that's looking better. So we'll just shove this up here to start the build. Okay. Oh yeah, one thing that was kind of raised was splitting this into like adding in controller and virtual keyboard support. That's going to be... I have some ideas about how to do that, but that's also going to be difficult because so many of the puzzles in this game involve like key input. Especially, I'm thinking this type of puzzle here. It's not like my understanding is that like ScumVM does have like a virtual keyboard, which I've not. I should see if I can try and get the virtual keyboard working to see how it looks. But my understanding is that it just pops up a dialogue, it buffers whatever you type, and then when you close the pop-up, it then just injects that key, those keyboard keys. For something like this, that's not really going to work because when you have a square selected, it just changes the input to that square. And in this case, like, if I go ahead and like change, it changes other letters in the puzzle too. So in order to kind of, you can skip ahead if you use the enter key. So you go, can't remember what the second word is. That. Oh, and backspace goes back one. Yeah, cannot be gotten. But yeah, you have to like use, you have to manually select which key that you want. So I think that, I mean, that shouldn't be too bad if there's a way of having it so that for puzzles like this, the keyboard input only changes one letter and then shuts, as opposed to like buffers something to type. But I mean, you compare that to say, and like the other interesting thing which I was kind of thinking about is that, I mean, you could just do the lazy approach and like map one of the analog sticks to the mouse and like the triggers to the mouse button. In fact, you probably would do that. However, from a moving around standpoint, that's kind of not super, it's not great. Whereas in the actual game, we do have, like these letters, for instance, most of the puzzles have a grid, and the grid defines, you know, sometimes it could be like letters, like it is here. So each of these would be like one grid square. Other times, like the jigsaw puzzles, like each of these is one grid square, but it is like a defined grid and a defined volume, which means you could have a kind of snappy thing going on where if on your controller you say use like the directional pad, then that would snap you to the nearest one of these squares, and that would immediately make things much easier to do. I don't know, like I would have to look into like what is consistent with some of the other engines that use controller support. I mean, I do have the controller here. I guess I could try and enable, like if I were to plug this in, do I have a cable hanging around? Not on my desk. I would have to, it's probably in that drawer over there. I'll have to like dig through the drawer over there to see if I've got like a USB 3 cable to plug this in with. Yeah, but if we did that, then we might just be able to like experiment and see like what some of the other engines in Scum, like Scum, how does that deal with, I mean, Scum is like the oldest and the most established. I reckon SCI might be a good throw too, because that's got keyboard input. I would be very interested to see how either of those react with a controller. So that might actually be a good thing to check out, actually. Okay, what were the other things that we've got to sort out? Simple blip prom. Yeah, okay, so that's done. I did change that. I probably should modify this. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because I had to like. So yeah, I had to like modify the polygon primitive drawing routine because specifically it was this puzzle here. So the way that this puzzle here works is it draws these polygons, and it uses exclusive OR to kind of add and subtract, subtract them together. And the idea is that you pick the right combination, and then it reveals a magic, a set of letters. And I had to change this from what we had before because I think we were just like, it was like an off by 1 error, which then meant that we had like a lot of artifacting. This still has a few artifacts, I've noticed. Like, you can see here that we've got like this single pixel here. And hang on, I just want to solve the puzzle. Whatever, but yeah, like it's in the realm of single pixels. Before it was kind of big diagonal slither. Like wherever there was a diagonal, there'd be like a sliver, and it would not look very nice. I think that I kind of eyeballed the changes to the extrema so that it looks the same as the one from my Macintosh emulator. So, but I can probably just eyeball what was different here. Primitives. Okay. Looks about the same, looks about the same, looks about the same. What did I change? I definitely changed something about it. Because it was bad. It was very visible. Oh. Yeah, okay. These, yeah, okay. I think it's just that. How do you even describe a change like this? Sure. that's basically it. This allows me to change. Okay, that'll do. Okay. Okay, that's done. Common bitstream memory 8. Let's check that out. And CD graphics Mac toolbox util. Since the data is memory, common bitstream memory 8 should be faster. Okay, bitstream memory stream. Okay, that's what I needed to change it to. Okay. Right. Where's that used? Just to check that I haven't screwed anything up. Read bits rec manga. Okay, that's used for pretty much every image. So it should be easy to test. I should probably fix all the warnings for Mac Toolbox so it doesn't whinge as much. There are quite a lot. Okay, seems fine. Yeah, okay, I put a lot of warnings in here. Okay, so some, I mean... I was gonna say maybe some of these deserve to have like a real warning, but I mean, invalid rectangle happens all the time. So I'm guessing just the original Macintosh API approach was if it's an invalid rectangle, it's fine. Just ignore it. Okay, and now we can also get into... Wait, what? Oh no, I still had like a full .h in there. That's not good. Okay. Do I even need common system? No, I don't. Do I even need either of these things? Yes, we do. Okay. That's better. Alright. Let's put that in. I've still got a couple of warnings. Missing initialized member region data. Okay, see if this is fine. Should be fine. We changed so little. We just cleaned it up. It should be a lot quieter now. Okay. Yes. Okay, so now it's just Z basic winching. So if I like pick. Yep. Okay. This error here comes up a lot. I don't think we can really... I don't think there's a way of turning it off per game. In our cases... In our case, it's basically like... Yes, it has unwanted consequences, as evidenced. Like... The problem is that this game was written in BASIC, and BASIC doesn't... I mean, it has arrays, but they're kind of a pain in the ass to use. You can't add two arrays together. You can add string data together. So a lot of the intermediate information in this game, like puzzles, for instance, all the puzzle data is stored as strings, and it's done with string operations. And I have no appetite for changing that. given that we have a perfectly good string type, which allows you to have, a null terminator in it, because it's, it's not a C-type string. It's a length tracked string. So yeah, we're just gonna get this warning a whole bunch. Not really much we can do about that. But yeah, game itself seems fine. Oh, I didn't get Portugal, did I? Because what I remember in the early stages, this puzzle would glitch out a lot because of the whole string thing. Because initially I was using U32 string everywhere because, like an idiot, I thought it doesn't matter, because if we convert it to Mac Roman, which is the default encoding, there should be a perfect match for every one of the 256 Mac Roman characters. What I didn't take into account is that the code that casts between regular strings and U32 strings, it'll just stop if it encounters a null terminator, which then means that it will get truncated, which then means when you are saving the game, it would just cut out like 3/4 of the save data. And in this case, that would mean that the piece of save information showing which letters have been colored in would just be, it'd be all scrambled and missing, which is kind of bad. So yeah, now we take special care for the puzzle data to not go through the U32 chain. That's only reserved for characters on the screen. So stuff that goes through the text API has to use U32. Just because of the nightmare that we had with Director, where everything was kind of pre-converted to UTF-8, and then that turned out to cause like a lot of problems because there's code which is just expecting Mac Roman, and there's code which is expecting stuff like Shift JAS, and both could exist in Lingo, which is like the scripting language. So don't want that to happen. Okay. Yep, that's all working. Good. Okay. Begin again. Okay, I better... Okay. Alright, maybe now's the time to mess with the controller stuff. Okay. So to begin with, let's just open up stock ScumVM and see what we have in global options. So we've got key maps, audio volume, paths, GUI, MISC, cloud, LAN, accessibility. Okay, controls. Okay, interesting. So maybe... Okay, well... So there's... okay, macros and stuff. I would have thought okay, I would have thought the wiki... Controller. Tell me everything about controllers. So there's like AGI wiki, controller... No, okay, that's something different. Gamepad? Interesting. Start ScumVM with the joystick parameter. This sounds like what we want. Yeah, okay. Tell me more about the joystick. Okay. Well, the debug system from a safe from Griffin now was removed. Residual VM provides some debugging support. Okay. Alright, bear with me. I'm just going to check to see if we've got a Type-C cable here somewhere. Ah, here we go. An Energizer brand Type-C cable. Hopefully, it can hold a signal, which is all we need. Okay, so say that I quit out of this and go ScumVM hoystick. Okay, well the quits the game. Oh no. What is going on? Okay, how... I'm guessing it was memory. It's almost always memory. Sorry, hopefully... Okay, I'm gonna turn Firefox back on, and hopefully that should bring us back. keep forgetting to restart my browser before the stream. It's just too much of a hassle. Okay. I'm not sure why I kind of just freaked out like that, but anyway. Okay. Well, as soon as I moved the left stick, it just kind of got stuck. None of the other buttons seem to be doing anything, and I'm not sure if that's because of some kind of calibration problem with this. It shouldn't be. Like, okay, what's a joystick test program? JS test GDK. That sounds about right. Okay. Yeah, so left analog stick is fine, right analog stick is fine. Hat controls are fine. Triggers are fine. Buttons seem like there are no troubles. Don't know what axis 6 and 7 are meant to be, but like it's fine. Why does ScumVM have an issue with my joystick? Okay, if I would, how about if I'd open up a game? So if we were to like open up Monkey Island 2. ScumVM Monkey 2. Wait, no, I didn't want that. Oh. Oh, it's detected the game control, which is interesting. Interesting. It's great, except I can't move the mouse cursor at all. I can, apparently the controller buttons are mapped to the number, which is not something I was expecting, but we can work with that, I suppose. Okay, yeah, we're stuck here. We're stuck here on the menu screen because we can't move the mouse. All right. Interesting. Okay. So we have pointer speed and joy dead zone. Okay, and then now it's automatically changed. Yeah, like what gives? As soon as I touch the D-pad, it then immediately just kind of like rocketed up to the top right, and now we can't use it. Okay, well, interesting. What if I were to pick like an SCI game which has a text parser? Like Police Quest 2, the slash name. Key maps. Okay, we've got like skip. Predictive input dialogue. That's interesting. But yeah, like, touch the right stick, it immediately goes up to the top left. And I don't know, yeah. Yeah, so it should be using SDL. Oh, there's also a game controller db.txt. Which... Is this actually a third-party thing that I should know about? SDL game controller db.txt. Community source database of game controller maps to use with SDL2 and SDL3 game controller functionality. Okay, download game controller db.txt. Place it in your apps directory and load it. And we'll just check to see if this has got the 8-bit do, whatever my thing is. 8-bit do Pro 2, yeah, it should. That's very, you know. Yeah, 8-bit do Pro 2, yeah, it's common as muck, this game controller. So what's this thing doing? It is... Oh, I see. Okay, so it's just looking for this text file. Maybe it's looking for it in here. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so all the buttons on the controller seem to be about scrolling the menu up. That's kind of not what I was hoping for. I was kind of hoping for not that. Okay, yeah, okay, so we're looking for a confman key called controller map DB. Oh my god. My ScumVM setup is so old, it's not using stuff in config. It's just looking in here. Okay, use native system file browser, return the launcher when leaving a game, ask for confirmation on exit, switch the ScumVM GUI language to the game language, disable fixed font scaling. What do I want? Oh, it's in here. God, I forgot about that. Okay, so what was the thing I was looking for? I was looking for controller map DB. Okay, how about now? Game controller DB file not found, game controller DB.txt. Okay, well, it's gonna be like that. How about now, smart guy? Still can't find it? Yeah, you can't find it because you saved the file after I quit. I'm Scott, ScumVM, game controller.db.txt. How about now? Okay, game controller DB file loaded. No change. Just really wants to move the cursor to the top left. Does having the word joystick change anything? No, no, it does not. Okay, well, in that case, we may have to, okay. What we can do is run this version of the debugger. This should similarly see that we have a game controller, and this time we should be able to at least maybe intercept some of the events that are coming off it and see why it wants to do that with the stick. Okay, so we can move the mouse originally. Yeah, then we move that and then it just gets crammed all the way up there. So we have controller. Event joy axis motion. Maybe, okay, maybe it's down to... Okay, this might be a little cursed. But what if I were to quit and then move ScumVM RC to ScumVM RC to back? And then we would have just run ScumVM. So here we go. Completely empty window. Oh my god, is it dropping frames again? Why are you dropping frames? Okay. There, okay. So it does it with 0 configuration. Okay, so it must be potentially just something very cursed involving my game controller? Is that what this is? I don't get it though, because like JS test is fine. Like all the axes, they work great. Okay, are they currently mapped to anything? I don't... Applies directly to the joystick kernel damage will work in any game. Like, that seems all good. Global options. Key maps. Oh, yeah, it's just... It is not exactly clear. Oh, here we go, okay. Left stick minus Y, virtual mouse up. Left stick Y plus, virtual mouse down. Left stick X, virtual mouse left. Left stick X plus, virtual mouse right. Okay. So maybe it's seeing a different axes as virtual mouse left. Like if I were to, because if I were to do this, okay. My other guess would have been that it was the triggers, but the right trigger is mapped to close application. So what the hell? Okay, where's a good place to intercept? Right, virtual mouse. This seems like us. Oh, okay. Update the virtual mouse once per frame, assuming 60 Hz. Adjust the speed of the cursor thanks to this. Right. Let's have a look at that, maybe. Okay. Update the virtual mouse once per frame. Yeah, okay, so here's our actions, which move the virtual mouse. Maybe handle axis motion is a better place to go in. Okay, so no axis motion to begin with. I'm now going to move the left stick. Okay, and then we have like axis position X 0 and axis position Y 0. I know that's not true. Okay, event custom backend action axis. And then we have like event joystick position. Yeah, okay, so it's just coming up as 0. It's all zeros. That's really odd. Event. Wait, okay. So it creates an event. It creates an empty event with no joystick information in it. Oh, God. Right. So here... Okay, so it does like some kind of handover thing. Where event joy axis motion returns this. Okay, so does that mean key mapper CP293? Okay, so we've got joy axis motion. Right. Axis 1. I mean, it's returned, like, there's an actual position in there now. Like, that... Whereas if we go... Yeah, okay, and if we go in here... Disable 3... Okay, we got a couple and then it stopped. Enable 3. Oh. Okay, now, okay. I think I understand. Okay, so if we... What was that first breakpoint? It was at virtualmouse.cpp. Okay. Nice and verbose. Like, I want to say that maybe the origin is wrong. Like, maybe the origin is at minus 32 32768 for whatever reason, because it did seem like it was on there for a while. Okay, well, barely any events seem to have made it through after that. So perhaps we need to go back to here. Okay, that should be more verbose, I would hope. Right. Oh. So I'm pushing the I'm clicking the stick, and that apparently counts as something. I don't know how the input from the joystick is being loaded in, but it's being mangled pretty bad. Like, I don't understand why that event is being translated to joy axis motion. Has nothing to do with it. Okay. Okay, backend events, SDL3 events. I think we're in SDL3. No, we're in SDL2. It's not something as stupid as like SDL2 just isn't good enough at controllers yet. That seems kind of wishful thinking. Also, yeah, it should be controller axis motion. How does it know that it's a controller? Well, it's okay. It's called using game controller. Okay. So I just moved the left stick. The event... Okay, so this is the STL event. Okay, so picked up axis and value. So axis 2 and 3. That seems fine. Alright, what confuses me though is that... I mean, this here labels it as like axis 0 and 1. 2 and 3 are the right stick. So, maybe it's just reporting on all of them? Yeah, okay. Okay, these are all fair enough numbers. Okay, and then we've got allow mapping. And okay. And that looks like legit information in there. Okay, here we go. If event type is event joy axis motion, I'm starting to wonder if the controller mapping file is making things worse. Because, like, what? I don't understand why it's saying axis 2 and 3. It shouldn't be doing that for the left stick. Okay, now push the right stick. Axis 2, axis 3, axis 4, axis 5. Yeah, like, what gives? Like, where is it getting that from? Where does this even come from? I'm guessing this is like a vendor ID? This should be really easy. Why am I having trouble? Why am I having trouble? Like... Okay, maybe we need like a tiebreaker STL application, like something... Okay, what's like an STL game that has good control support? I mean, I want to say MAME, but like MAME is going to be all custom. It's not going to rely on just raw events. Okay, well, I think I need to go have a little think about this because truth be told, I was not expecting this to be this much of a pain in the ass. I was kind of expecting it to just get the events from STL. I mean, all right, but there is definitely some kind of schism going on because the events from the source here look very different from the events that kind of make it through the key mapper. And maybe that's kind of the area that we got to kind of focus our attention on. But anyway, we're about the halfway point, so I think it is time for me to go stretch and get a snack. Yeah. I guess we'll come back and fight some more with the controllers when we get back, I suppose. See you in a bit.
There's the goal, set at one end of the subway arena. Quite a challenge here, the football match.
Fujitani 20-19 the challenger. Watanabe 19-18 Iron Chef.
And no damage from those strong jaws. How did they withstand that?
The toilet industry's annual exhibition in Bath.
You're a slot badger. You're a two-pin din plug.
Happens to be my best bud in the whole world.
Boing. We're back. Excuse me. Okay. Alright. Well, where we got to last time. So there is something very wrong happening with my gamepad. Or, I mean, okay, so I rigged it so that like the raw SDL events would print a message. Those seem to be working alright. Like, top left, both are negative, bottom right, both are positive. I can't help but noticing that though that the left stick is given axis number 2. I don't know if that's kind of relevant. Because oh yeah, and there are these mappings here which are meant to kind of map each stick or each what's it called? Each source of information. I think we've got like analog and binary. Yeah, okay, so we've got like left stick. Okay, pressing the left stick is considered to be button 13. And left X is A0 and left Y is meant to be A1. Okay, so my takeaway from this is that like this axis, like the STL event controller axis, yeah, okay, we've got like event joystick axis motion. That's kind of the one we want. Or rather, sorry, gamepad axis motion if we're being pedantic. Oh. Oh wait, because this is SDL2. SDL2? Does that have a wiki? Yeah, okay, so that's still controller axis motion. Index, STL2, category events, controller axis event. Okay. So I want to know more about game controller axis. Search for game controller axis. Okay. So we have invalid. We've got left X, left Y, right X, right, trigger left, trigger right. Okay, so according to the raw output, my left, yeah, my left one is getting picked up as the right. So potentially, maybe that, maybe the game controller DB thing is not correct. Maybe we are missing one of these unique IDs. Like it could be that it's like slightly different for different versions of the controller. Okay, but how do we get that unique ID? Okay, because that's my best guess, that we're reading the controller database, but my 8-bit Pro is not being picked up with one of these. Because, I mean, the mapping here is correct. Like the left X stick should be A0, which maps to what the GTK. Because, yeah, like this other one that I've been using, GTK or JS Test GTK, that connects directly to dev input. So it's not doing any kind of remapping at all. And it's definitely axis 0 and 1 mapped to that. So I don't know, maybe... Yeah, I have no idea what SDL is doing. What, like, how it is kind of mangling it, but the controller map seems like it should be the thing that fixes it. Okay. Okay, there are 1 joysticks attached. Okay, and we've got this GUID. Oh, okay, that GUID is not on the list. Okay. Yeah, okay, so by default... I don't even know what is going on here. Okay. Press the buttons on the controller when indicated. If you want to correct a mistake, press the backspace or the back button on your device. Okay, well that's not really getting us anywhere, is it? Anyway. I've added the controller to the database. Will that make any difference? Okay. No. No, it's still mapping it to like... It's still mapping it to axis 2 and 3. Why is it doing that? Alright, there are 1 joysticks attached, 6 axes, 1 hat, 15 buttons. It's like everything is just kind of off by a lot. I don't get why. Because, yeah, it's doing hat binding. When I'm pushing the buttons, like that's straight up not correct. Is this like an SDL problem? Is SDL for some reason screwed up? Okay, Linux has two different systems for gamepads. The original joystick interface and the newer event dev based interface. Okay, so that's interesting because like this, which looks correct, is using the joystick interface. Most new games will default to the evdev interface as it gives more detailed information about the buttons and access available and adds supports for force feedback. SDL2 and SDL3 default using HIT API and the popular controllers get raw access on. Other controllers of HIT API is disabled, they use evdev instead. Okay, Wine uses SDL for both direct input. Interesting. Yeah, okay, so evdev is kind of cooked for some reason. Yeah, like why is evdev like 8 kinds of wrong? Okay. Okay, I mean, like, yeah, that's gonna screw up because it uses SDL, but I just want something that uses evdev, like, correct. FF test? Dev input by ID USB input to event joystick. Okay, this is force feedback test program. Hold firmly your wheel or joystick to prevent damages. Okay, well. No, this. Oh, evdev can be used for ev test. Okay, ev test. Okay, I need to see if it's... We've narrowed it down to either SDL being cursed or evdev being cursed. I'm leaning towards evdev because SDL doesn't seem like it does very much other than trust evdev. But who can say really? Okay. So here we go. It's gotta be SDL. Because... like, all the events here look fine. So, okay. They did overhaul it a bunch in STL3. And I did notice that STL3 is an optional backend in ScumVM. If I were to change ScumVM to use STL3, would that improve anything? How do you tell it to use SDL3? Okay, there's like SDL configure a script name. Some influential... Okay, right, so if I were to do this and go STL config equals USR, STL config. Oh wait, no, they got rid of it in STL3, didn't they? Yeah, this is like the ancient one. Yeah, because like the later versions use package config. Oh, okay. Maybe... STL major version number. Nope. Okay, maybe that's fighting it a bit too much. Where is... okay. Yeah, okay. So I found one joystick, and the mapping basically looks correct. B1, BO, back. Okay. Okay, the mapping is very slightly different. But like, left X is still mapped to A0 and left Y is mapped to A1. That seems pretty important. Joystick arguably must be a number, but was... okay. Yeah, okay, and... alright. What is... is there like an ABI incompatibility? Have I like upgraded a bunch of stuff and just somehow like mismatched SDL2 with everything else? This is just bonkers. Make the package again. Okay, and this uses the JSX interface. Interesting. Okay, so even the JSX one is busted. Or rather, it's like offset by a lot. And the buttons, yeah. Like I'm pushing the trigger here. And the bit field for the buttons and part of the bit field for the axes lights up. Like this doesn't seem right. This seems like a kind of ABI mismatch that's causing just random memory to be overwritten. Which is just wild. I don't know. That's a good point. LDD. Does that? Okay, that's using just SDL2 directly. I wonder what happens if... Yeah. I would have thought that it would be using SDL2 compat. Yeah, okay. So it's backed by SDL2 compat. Okay. I have run into problems with SDL2 compat before. Is this another one of them? Yeah, okay, it's up to date. Right, okay, and in Arch you only get the option of STL2 compat. But it's... Like, it would not surprise me at all if there was a bug in this. Okay. STL... Not because it's bad code, but just because it's real, you know, it's a very complicated shim. Okay. Build SCL3. Find a pre-built library. Build SCL2 compat. Find a game to test. Make sure it got okay. Make sure the game works for real STL2. Either overwrite the copy of STL2 that comes with STL2 compat or export LD library path. Okay. STL2 is something called the dynamic API. You can override the build of STL2 and use even if it's statically linked. We want test game controller. Okay. Okay. So we've got the game controller here. Yep. And it's just kind of freaking out when all this stuff happens. That can't be right. I mean, alright. So for completeness... Actually, I've got STL3 here. Can we just build STL3? Here we go. All the tests. Test controller. Right. Okay, and the controller is cooked even in SDL3. So like what? Right, okay, and it's using driver. Interesting. Okay, so it's using driver STL joystick hit API 8-bit do. So it is accessing raw hit API events, which could be the problem. Yeah. This phone pushed up. Okay, so this is all like. Great. Okay, so 8-Bit Do the company contributed this, and it seems to make things worse. Okay. Okay, well the important thing though is that if there is a hint to turn it off. Test controller. Okay, I've disabled the stupid driver. And look, it works fine. It's all good. Oh my... That's so frustrating. So what are we to take away from this? That 8-Bit Do added a driver to SDL. Or like contributed a driver to SDL that makes the controllers worse. Or better yet, it just makes them completely broken. Like, what are you meant to say to that? And it would have been fine if it just used EVDev. Like, what gives? Alright. Okay. Closed. Scripting gamepad issues. Hit API driver. Oh god. Get gyro and rumble features working for Pro 3. That is so stupid. Broken. Yes! Yes! This! Oh, but it's not our bug. Okay. Okay, so you gotta update the firmware on the stupid controller? Okay. Oh, okay, so this controller just returns like a completely broken HID descriptor? That's kind of stupid. Hang on. Well, let's see if we can just update the firmware. can't believe... Oh my god, like an hour later. It just turns out to be like a broken HID message. Yeah, okay. Update from version 1.08 to 3.07. Okay, that gives you an idea of how often I use this. Oh. Okay, so we're flashing it. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay. Yep, okay. It's at the latest firmware. Great. I don't really expect this to make too much of a difference, but we can give it a shot. Okay, so... Oh no, okay, that's not good. Oh Lord. What if I turn off the... Okay. Thank Christ. It's... I don't know why it's rumbling every time I pull the trigger now, but... Okay, good. So... Now... After 50 different layers of abstraction, we should be able to go into just regular ScumVM. I don't believe it. We can move it around. Wait, why is the encoding overloaded? What did I do? What did I do? Why is it overloaded? Okay, it seems to have stabilized. What? Okay. So as soon as... Is it just this? Okay, close this. Maybe it's this website that I had open. Like, I'm dropping frames and I don't understand why. Like, usually when that happens, it's because I've got like Firefox or something open. But today it just seems to be happening when I open up ScumVM just normally like this. Which I don't quite like. Okay, if I open up like Fate of Atlantis.
I'm back.
Okay.
Well, here I am in New York, wondering how Sophia Hapgood got mixed up with Nazi spies.
Okay. I see, alright.
I can't make a call, I'm out of nickels.
Okay, so start opens up the menu. Okay, so the controls mostly work as you'd expect. I'm interested though if you go to save and then click here. Okay, so it's like there's no on-screen keyboard or anything like that. You basically have to switch to your keyboard for that to work. Alright, let me just close all of these layers here. Right. So I'm like going back to that review. There's like a virtual keyboard thing. K feature virtual keyboard. So I want to turn on the virtual keyboard. Enable V keyboard. Okay, great. So let's include this. Enable V keyboard. Enable engine SCI. I think SCI is going to have the keyboard or use the keyboard. What have we got? We've got Scum, which uses it for Rebel Assault. We've got Cura that uses it. Yeah, okay. SCI does seem to have hooks for it, which is good. Okay. Let's just enjoy that fake Jan Hammer music. Okay. I was kind of hoping one of these controller buttons would skip out of this, but evidently not. Oh, here we go. Okay, so select worked. Oh, great. No. Okay, so that works for the mouse. I think that just escapes. How do you open up the keyboard? Okay. Well, maybe we should just solve the copy protection. Get into the game proper. 5960. Really? Oh, I had to type in the person's name. Yeah, okay. Not the not their perp ID. Okay. Colby. Okay. Can we leave the car? Okay. So can we interesting. Okay. That kind of goes to this save screen. I don't know how you're meant to open up the text box. I'm wailing on every button on the controller and like none of them seem to want to open the text box. Okay, so maybe I'm just kind of assuming that it opens up when in fact there's maybe more nuance to it than that. I mean, I did build it with the support. Okay, kernel draw text edit. Control 16.cpp 447. Maybe that's a good place to start. Okay. And yeah, at that point, it should be setting the virtual keyboard true. Ah, okay. So I guess Surface STL doesn't support it. Ah, I get it. Okay, so yeah, all right. So it triggers the system virtual keyboard. Which doesn't help us here because we're on STL, which does not have a virtual keyboard. Okay. So guess we're kind of shit out of luck for testing it then, huh? Well, that was a good use of 2 hours. I guess I'll need to get one of those fancy Android handhelds if I wanted to test stuff involving the keyboard. That's annoying. But I guess not surprising. I don't know. What else is there left to do then? I guess I'll just do well, actually, hang on. We still have a bunch of warnings left. Okay. So these warnings in here are there because I don't know what... what's it called? I have not figured out what these functions do yet. Well, right, I have for some, but not for all of them, so... Guess if we're just kind of coasting to a close, we may as well just try and figure out what we can. Okay, so some of these get run quite often. Okay, so 2 is going to be the devil. Which one was the Knight of Wands? Knight of Swords, the King of Wands, the Chariot, the Page of Swords. Where's the Knight of Wands? Oh, it's like all the way down here. Okay, we select the square. We set to letter number 5. Okay. Is this used often? Actually, no, it's only used in a couple spots. Okay, so these are kind of a bit messy because they are sprawling and they use globals. We probably should change this to just return X and Y, because this is taking, I think, like a absolute index for how many squares across it is and turning that into an X and Y grid position. So we got 7 and 3. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Really? 1? Oh, sorry. Wait. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Alright, and then... Two, 1, 7, 8. Oh crap, okay. So it's using a few spots. That's gonna be a problem. So like, how is this called? Oh, I see. Okay, so we have this on click, which then generates 68A and 68C. Okay. Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, that one's actually okay. Interesting. Okay, that doesn't appear to be used by anything else. 2226. Whoops. Okay. 705. Okay. I thought we were out of the woods. I thought we would be able to do it all with locals, but this appears to use state that's left over. So which means I'm gonna have to refactor it again. God damn it. Oh, and here as well. Grid pause. Unless, of course, jumble on key. No, just caches it. Great. Okay. Okay. Hierophant seems okay. Dang it, hang on. Okay, so these functions here I think are for drawing hints on the screen, which have like there's like specific regions where the hint text is meant to be, and that's what these seem to capture. So probably just give those a name. Okay, one of the puzzles has got hints out of the box. The anniversary one. I just can't remember which. We're gonna have to feel around to see which one it is. But if I'm correct, that should now start calling the draw hints thing. Strength? No, not strength. Hanged Man. No. It's not Hierophant. It's not going to be the world. Temperance? Temperance. Okay, yes. Yep, I drew another hint. Okay, let's remove these. D to E. So wait, D2E gets called multiple times? Oh right, every time you solve one it breaks out of that. I think I understand. So now if I were to like... Yeah. Right. Interesting. Okay. If we return to the scroll. It remembers it. Okay. Temperance, yeah. What's 1C, 6C? Okay, bunch of grid commands. Huh. Okay. So it fetches the hint from index 1 of table 1. Does that set index? Oh. Oh, okay, I see. So that's empty. I guess it just doesn't use it. That's a choice. So then if we leave and go back in, excuse me. Okay, wait. The line numbers gonna be off, aren't they? Because I changed stuff. I changed stuff. Come on. Temperance. Okay, 252. Oh, okay. So this is just part of the puzzle data, I suppose. So it does all that, and then it goes down to here and runs this thing. God, like, yeah, another clear example of like sometimes like the same string variable is reused over and over again. So it's not just used for the hint. We've got another example here where it is being used for collecting like save game information. Here, okay, here's being used for a hint. Okay, well, if we go up to here. Oh, it's okay. Only game 2 uses this as active storage. Okay. I guess. Also, why would you do... Yeah. Actually, no, I know why you do this. It's this way because ZBasic has very... makes it very easy, you know. There's no local variables, it's all global. It's very easy to reuse names. It's just annoying as all. Okay, see, this uses 484 as a global. That's annoying. Okay, so... And then it becomes a question of like, alright, well, what if we wanted to, like... make that a glow... Oh, we can't. Because now this relies on, like, state, which is being cached everywhere, which probably wasn't the original intention, but it does make it very hard to unpick, to say the least. Oh wait, no, I'm okay. I'm incorrect. I was like, saw 484 here and thought, oh crap, it's relying on case state. No, it just overrode it from earlier, so we were right actually. There's no trouble. One would imagine. Oh yeah, puzzle 2. The hell is puzzle 2? Okay, this is another rearrangement one. It's polyominoes. Judgment. Oh, that's another one of these. Okay. The madness. Okay. One C6C. No. Need an earlier save. Hermit, Judgment, the Tower. Justice, the Family. Enchantment. Cathedral? No. Fighting Boys? No, that's not it. I don't have a key to. No, this is like towards the end of the game. Okay, the queens are always the word square. Hierophant. Blacksmith? Blacksmith. Oh, hang on. Why did it crash there? Did it crash? Leak sanitizer encountered a fatal error. Oh, wait, but that's a different... Oh, okay, because found this. Yeah, okay, so the blacksmith is this fairly complicated thing. Oh, okay. This is for like one of those ones where the hint changes depending on which line you've clicked on, I think. So like the endgame puzzle has this. I'm not going to show it on stream because that would spoil it, but yeah, we look up, I guess, this hint index and then use that to print the hint that is going to be drawn. So yeah, like, I don't know, the nice way of going about it would be to turn it into an argument, but then it becomes like really complicated in areas like this, which basically just say, just print what you had before. And then you have like completely different areas which convert. Yeah, because like, whereas, what type is this even? Yeah, it's a U32 string, which means it's probably not great that there is at least one section that turns it Yeah, so we've got the active puzzle buffer. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. This is getting kind of hectic. Is there something in C++ that we can do to prevent like implicit casting? Like, can I go active puzzle buffer and go explicit? Explicit can only appear in non-static member functions. Okay, but that's close to what I want. Yeah, can use the explicit keyword. Okay. Make the structure of the class explicit to prevent explicit conversion. Okay, well... Explicit for single argument structure for implicit conversions. Okay. So I mean, you can do with a function, but that's not really what I want. Whenever no copy is used, we effectively disable implicit conversion. Okay, but using explicit corrects all uses of age. We don't want that. Perhaps we want implicit version to be allowed in general, but prevented in some particular context. For this, we need to remove the explicit game but create a sort of wrapper type. This takes and stores a reference to an object of some other type. It also has a user-defined conversion function, also known as a cast operator, that returns the original reference that was given. Interesting. Because what I really want, right? This buffer here. I want it to throw... It should really throw a compile error if anything other than a U32... Sorry, if anything other than a common string tries to interact with it, that's bad. Like, if it's a U32 string, that's an error. It needs to be explicit. So we'll see if we can kind of golf up something that does that. Oh, also I should get rid of all of these. This is probably excessive. I should just convert them. Convert the code. That's okay. We can go. I'm trying to kind of merge two approaches here. So I don't really want to disable the copy constructor. The copy constructor is fine. Jeez, alright. Common stir base.h. Yeah, because we have like base string, which is used as the base for everything. Then we have stir.h. Yeah, okay. You have like all of these. Okay. No, the fact you choose to have a non-explicit conversion can just say you want implicit conversion to allow. If it's not desirable, you have to. Great. I don't want to do an implicit conversion though. I want to. I want to be warned. I want to be warned that that happens. Alright, well. Okay, what else we got? We got. Oh, okay, yeah, the maze. The maze also has a bunch of these. I guess the Z basic module. Ah, but most of these are useless. Or, you know, things we've already found out, more importantly. What does this do? Okay. Plays a tone. Gets some numbers. Draws a bunch of lines and ovals and stuff. Seems kind of elaborate. Oh, it's gonna be that final. It's gonna be like the final maze challenge. Open. Maze. No. Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. So this is like the checking if we have an inventory item test. Okay, I guess it's... yeah. Oh, it's actually the other way around. It's failure. So if we don't, okay, so if the number of inventory items we have is 0, then that counts as failed. If it is less than this amount, then it's failed. So if I were to pick a different guy in the maze, like there's a dwarf who wants some coins, I think, or a troll that wants some coins. I think they're down here. Yeah, okay, and that's op M, which is going to be number of... Okay, then we have this, which is kind of like, has a trigger been set? Might be a good example of that. Like, if I were to go into here... Okay. So the ogre has an inventory item trigger. The dwarf wants 3 pearls. Okay, S is checking for have we been everywhere. Okay. Maybe we should just do the maze and see if we can get any other... Get all the letters. Yep. That's expected. Yep, these are all I's because they all want something. Yep. I. So I should be able to get past this now. Okay, then we pick up the item. Who wants the... Oh, it's the pixie, I think, that wants the... handkerchief? Nope. This guy. What have I got? I've got 1 brass coin, 1 ginger root, 1 tiny pone, 1... Okay, we want to go to the witch. Because I think the witch wants the root. Okay, I've got the scroll, knife, coin, pine cone, ancient scroll. Banshee? Oh yeah, the Banshee wants a knife. Okay, one of these has got poison oak. I think maybe poison oak might be a different trigger. No. It's just another item that you pick up. Where do we go now? Pixie wants a flower. One ancient scroll, one grey mushroom, one bad case of poison ivy. Okay, well. Oh. Yeah. Okay, now I got the copper key. Interesting. So in this area, there is also like an eye trigger. Ooh, alright. This has got Op B. I think Op B is checking to see if we've got the treasure we need at the end of the room before opening up the secret door. Because, yeah, like, that's checking off. If we go ahead and grab this. There's like low tone pickup item. Okay, but now that seems to do something. Okay, we've got Op M. Okay, yeah, that's right. And now if we go in here, we go in there, we just use the inventory object. Okay, still up by... Poison Oak. Tiny Pearl. Like, I'm just starting to wonder, do we even use the remainder of these? Good. Alright, let's just get this done and then we'll leave. I really need some kind of filter which then just gives... which gets rid of all this string messages, but whatever. Okay, just another thing of picking up the item. Sprite goes. Okay. Take that. How many 5 brass coins have I got? 4. Oh no. Did I not get everything? Okay, well that... 4 coins. And somewhere I've missed one of them. Okay, Iron Bell, Mushroom, Coin. There we go. Troll takes the coins and runs away. Don't care. Okay. So, this was the area which I thought might be different because once you get that scroll, the fire demon just kind of constantly shows up unless you go that way and that kind of bypasses it. Yeah, I'm not sure what the other ops are meant to be for. Oh, that might be... I know, that's op B. Op B again. Huh. Okay, well, I guess the other operations aren't used in the final maze. They might be used in one of the other mazes, but yeah. Anyway, it's getting late. I'm probably gonna wind up the stream there. Can't believe it took 2 hours to figure out that it was in fact the firmware on the gamepad which was making it kind of absolute. Well, no, it was two things. It was the fact that the gamepad had old firmware, and the fact that SDL had a bunch of code from 8BitDo on it, specifically so that it could use the nice low-level HID direct feed, and I guess the old version of the controller firmware just spit out kind of slightly mangled information. It is a little, it's a bit annoying that we can't really test virtual keyboard stuff from inside, from just plain STL. We need to do it on, I guess Android, because I'm not paying for an Apple signing certificate. But yeah, okay. I'll have a little think about, is it worth going any further on that, or should we just make sure that, because I mean, to be honest, like most of the other, I don't know, it's very difficult to tell if it's going to be even usable without testing it on the actual a platform which supports the virtual keyboard, and I do not have access to one of those at the moment, so we'll put it in the too hard basket for now. But anyway, I'm not entirely sure if we'll be streaming on Thursday. I've got a couple of things on. We'll see how we go. But in the meantime, we better do a raid. Thanks for sticking around and watching me kind of get progressively more insane. as I couldn't just, you know, as the left stick on this very standard gamepad didn't work. Okay. Alex Retroplow is playing American Truck Simulator. We're just going to say hi to them. Okay, well, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see you next time. Goodbye.